lives and beings and family, kids, and all that other stuff. And like, you know, and they look like to me they're shirking their responsibilities as human beings so they can go and pray. And I'll tell you what, I mean, that's my impression as I look at them. I'm like, must be nice to be able to stand there all day. And, you know, I'm sure it is. And so they look happy and they look like they like joining the mold. They're all backpackers, which seems kind of weird. They have backpacks, which seems odd to me a little bit. But, you know, and it's fine if they want to unite under some other flag than their country or their race or their, like, you know, their backgrounds or their class or whatever, that's okay. But the cult leader is almost always a problem. Name a cult leader that wasn't a problem. They're all problems. All of them.
Movement, and it really is.
So who's the cult leader? We go right to the cult leader. See, you want to show me all these followers. That makes sense in the pacing of this documentary, but I also want to see who the leader is.
The Chinese Communist Party.
No, they already touched on him a little bit.
Has done terrible things to it. But you probably haven't heard that Falun Gong has also become one of the most determined backers of Donald Trump.
Here in Congress, and I'm a member of the United States Congress in the House, right back here behind us.
So they've taken over one of our lead, like, American officials.
I spent a lot of time working to strengthen human rights throughout Asia. And I've also been a longtime supporter of the Falun Gong and your right to practice in China or anywhere else for that matter.
But this paper gets wilder with an editorial encouraging...
Yeah, they hear some rogue religion and they're like, oh, it's a rogue religion that believes in something other than I believe. We respect that or whatever. Especially when they have a lot of numbers and they're like, oh, we see somebody being squelched by the CCP. We can take that and make an issue of it because it's racist.
Who get sick with the virus.
But honestly, if you look at the CCP, they're trying to block out the cults.
Themselves by...
I don't really think that's a bad thing, kind of.
Sincerely renouncing the Chinese Communist Party. That claim makes a lot more sense, though, when you realize this newspaper sprung out of Falun Gong, a Chinese spiritual practice that involves body movements and meditation.
All right, tell us why folks...
Oh my god, it's eurythmy. I was kind of a member of a cult, in some ways. When I did drugs and I didn't talk to any of them ever again, I was out of the cult and none of them ever called me ever again. Not a single one of them. And I was in a cult, kind of. It's called Waldorf. Let's see what happens if Waldorf... Is Waldorf schools a cult? No. Are Waldorf schools a cult? There you go. Because I was kind of was. Whether Waldorf schools are a cult is a subject of intense debate among parents, educators, and legal experts. There is no official consensus, but critics and supporters emphasize different aspects of the movement. Arguments for why Waldorf is cult-like. Critics, often former parents or teachers, point to several characteristics common to cult dynamics: hidden religious mission, ideological control, gurus and dogma, and community isolation. Like organizations like Waldorf critics argue that schools are an activity of anthroposophy, which they define as a cult-like religious sect. They claim the school's spiritual mission is often concealed from parents. I think so, yeah. Ideological control. Some former students and parents report that families who do not fully adhere to Steiner's lifestyle, e.g. restricting technology, specific clothing, may be ostracized or treated differently. Gurus and dogma. Critics argue the movement centers on the veneration of Rudolf Steiner as an infallible guru whose pseudo-scientific and occult theories dictate everything from medicine to curriculum. Community isolation. Some Waldorf survivors describe experiencing extreme grief and harassment after leaving, noting the loss of their entire social community upon exit. This is what I'm here to look at. There's Waldorf survivors. The K through 8 Yuba River Charter School here is, like many Waldorf schools, a place of astonishing beauty. Located in the heart of Gold Rush County in the foothills of the Sierras, the wood panel school and pristine grounds shaded by pine and fir trees are more reminiscent of a Zen retreat than a public school. Inside classrooms painted in the soft pastels of sky and clouds are luxuriant student paintings of flowers exploding with stamens. In the corridors are more student displays, including one of exacting hexagons and pentagons. Sorry, my Sorry. I didn't mean to be so loud. Below a pentagon reads, since ancient times, the 5 points of star has been a true picture of the human being. Outside in the grassy quad, boys and girls twirl arm in arm in a medieval folk dance. That's your rhythmy. A classmate plays the violin. When it's time to return to the classroom, a teacher jingles a bell. For the parents who send their children to Yuba River, one about 10 public schools in California and roughly 20 nationwide that take the Waldorf approach, their school is a sanctuary of art, music, and protected childhood. This school protects the innocent, says Barry Peake, a college professor with 2 children in the 250-student charter school in Grass Valley. And the children learn to do everything well, from playing a musical instrument to painting, which isn't true. 50 miles up the road, like, okay, so all of us, the musical instrument that they're talking about is the recorder, and the recorder sounds terrible, and every Waldorf kid has to learn the recorder, and I hate the recorder. I don't ever want to hear it again. That's that meme stuff where they're like, they play Skyrim song or like Oblivion song, like with like a recorder, and it's all cheesy and it makes people laugh and stuff. 50 miles up the road at John Morris Waldorf Method's Magnet School in Sacramento, a K through 8 school of about 210 students, parent Kathy Lazarone concurs. My child was in kindergarten at another public school, getting worksheets and the alphabet pounded into him before he was ready. Here, the children are given the gift of childhood, beautiful artwork, and fairy tales instead of junk. Indeed, Waldorf education has received glowing national attention in recent years. The 1999 Atlantic Monthly feature story, for instance, described it as a unique blend of progressive and traditional teaching methods. Other newspapers and magazines have also written largely positive reviews of the Waldorf approach. But for a small but growing number of critics, the allure of public Waldorf schools like Yuba River and John Morris is profoundly deceptive. The schools, they say, may be tantalizingly beautiful, but they are in fact abusing the freedom granted to magnets and charters by promoting anthroposophy, which, according to Encyclopedia Britannica, is a philosophy based on the premise that the human intellect has the ability to contact spiritual worlds. The critics see anthroposophy as a New Age cult-like religion. Deborah Snell, a former Waldorf parent who also served as one of the founding board members of Yuba River in '94, likens Waldorf education to the tale of Hansel and Gretel. Your critical thinking is suspended because the window dressings are so beautiful, but once you get inside, well, anthroposophy informs every second of every day. A loosely organized group of critics of Waldorf schools, including Snell, filed a lawsuit claiming that Yuba River and John Morris schools were introducing religion into classrooms, and that's weird because you know what the Waldorf does? Waldorf forces you to read every religious text so you know where those people are coming from. And you have to deliver a 3-week main lessons like block about Old Testament, New Testament, Quran, Bhagavad Gita. A really big one that Steiner respected was the Bhagavad Gita. We had to do a really crazy hard Bhagavad Gita 3-week main lesson block, and Bhagavad Gita damn near broke me, but I liked learning it. It's one of the reasons why I get along with most people that I meet, because I know what their religions are and I don't care. Created by the Austrian-born scholar, spiritualist, and educator Rudolf Steiner, 1861 to 1925. In the early 20th century, anthroposophy is, to the outsider at least, an intimidating admixture of paganism, Christianity, nature worship, and Zoroastrianism, the latter an ancient religion featuring astrology and magic. And yeah, Zoroastrianism is something that I was taught in the school quite a lot. Dipping into Steiner, one reads of the soul qualities of animals, the healing qualities of color, and the absorption of the astral body into children. In 1919, Steiner founded a school at the Waldorf Astoria cigarette factory in Stuttgart, Germany, for the children of workers, giving birth to an educational movement that has grown to about 750 schools worldwide and nearly 200 in the United States. So a quarter of it is in the United States. And and maybe you guys might like understand a picture better than the words. But yeah, I kind of come from a cult, like in two different ways. My father was a member of the Scientology Church, and I read everything that L. Ron Hubbard ever wrote, and then but I wasn't, and then and I don't like the Scientology Church, and then I went to for 3 years of my high school career. I went to Denver Waldorf High School, and they shaped me when I was very young. And it is a good school, but it teaches you a lot. But also, it's kind of a cult, and in the fact that Waldorf kids only hang out with Waldorf kids, kind of like Mormons or Scientologists. And when I broke into the high school, the Waldorf kids around me, they never spoke to me again, but I thought it was because I did meth, which I also don't think helped either. And because I acted out and I struck out at the school with the school's best, with all the school's best kids, we, like the lead of the, like we were all the alpha kids in the school, or whatever you call it. We were like the main kids in the school. And I took my crew and we broke into the high school, and I was like excommunicated from the Waldorf high school community. And I had to go to George Washington High School in senior year. And while Waldorf is not a cult, you do see that there's a fear of it. There's a fear of it. Though Waldorf advocates suggest that number may grow as parents turn to this model of learning because they are turned off by the increasing emphasis on standardized testing in regular public schools. And what Waldorf does is they have you work on something for 2 weeks. And then for the last week, they just have you learn it. They have you like play with your friends and learn about it and pretend to be that person or that thing and learn everything there is about it. And then the last week you spend doing hardcore homework while you provide what's called a main lesson book. And the main lesson book is proof that you learn the material. And if you don't pass the main lesson book, you can't stay in the school. And so that's where my education comes from, at least in the high school era. My other cult is the Moravian High School. Moravian Middle School, like lower school. I went to lower and middle school, Moravian, which is in Pennsylvania, in Bethlehem. Yeah, this is the Moravian Academy, and and that's my education. This is why smart people respond to me so much and all this. I had a very, very good education and stuff, and that's what we looked like. The girls all wore jumpers like that, brown or plaid jumpers and white shirts, and the boys and girls both wore blazers. And for 6 years, I did the whole Harry Potter thing where I had tons of like friends like that, and I lived the Harry Potter life in the Moravian Academy. I always suspected that what's her name, the Harry Potter lady had a kid in a Moravian school, but I don't really know. But yeah, and so having a Moravian education, and this is not a cheap school. It's not a cheap school. They won't tell you how much it is until you're talking to them. But and I don't really know, but I believe it's like $30,000 a semester or something like that. And I did it for many years, like, 6th grade all the way through to the 5th grade. 5 years, 5 years. And Yeah, and they teach you to play. They really do teach you to play all types of instruments. They teach you how to play like all types of instruments. They taught me complex math, complex algebra, complex trig when I was like in the 4th grade. 5th grade, 6th grade, I was doing like complex algebra and fucking trig and shit on a TI-83 calculator in the 6th grade. But then remember, when I was fired out of the cult, like when I left the Moravian cult and I left the Waldorf cult, I fired out of it like a cannon, and I was like one of those what do they call that? What's it called? I'm the kind of guy your little omelets want to be like. What's the Pennsylvania Quaker Shaker people? That's the school that I come from, pretty much. Moravian Academy is kind of like Amish, right? But they're not Amish. They're Shaker, and Shaker is an old esteemed family line, well, not line, but like religious line that built this country. And see all the stuff that they have the kids doing. That's stuff that doesn't scare me. I've done chemistry, I've done literature, music, I play several instruments. Like Moravian taught me that I play tennis, I play soccer, I play football, pool, chess. I'm like very good like grandmaster online chess player, but I don't play anymore because all of this stuff that I did, it felt like it was like it did shape my personality and made me a much smarter person. But also I didn't follow any of those pursuits. I just did video games. I was able later on to just pretty much like say goodbye to all of this stuff. I didn't use any of this stuff for I use math. I use quite a lot of math in my job. And I have communication skills, and I've ran guilds and stuff because of it. I've done leadership stuff with people. I was gonna go for college. I was gonna go to St. John's, which is in New Mexico, and I did get into St. John's, but they didn't have a chair when I got in. So rather than wait a whole year, I just didn't go. I went to CCD instead. And I have some college education, but my problem is I always knew from the age of like 8 that I wouldn't need most of this. And I love music. Music does respond to my soul. My soul does respond to music, and I'm very thankful for the musical education that Moravian gave me and Waldorf gave me. But as for the information that a lot of these schools gave me, they filled my head with a lot of knowledge, and I am an intelligent person, or whatever you want to call it. I don't really value it. I'm not sure it really was very, I mean, it was helpful in my career, I suppose. So I'm very glad that I got my education. Some people revere their education more than I do. But to me, I heard somebody say, well, recently, there's a famous quote from there's a famous story about Stanley Kubrick, and didn't want to do homework, and neither did I. I'm just not interested. And I've only ever heard one other human. It is widely documented that the director Stanley Kubrick was a poor student who disliked the conventional school system, exactly like me, and often skipped class. And I would come in and ace the tests and all this, but I would bribe people to do my homework or whatever. He considered reading for school to be a chore and didn't read a book for pleasure until he was 19 years old or something like that. His attitude towards traditional schooling is reflected in several aspects of his life: poor academic performance, disdain for the system, self-education, and homework on his films. Ironically, once he became a filmmaker, he approached his projects with an intense, meticulous research process. His wife, Christine Kubrick, noted that he enjoyed the hard homework enormously when it came to his films, preparing every technical detail and aspect of the story. And like in this is how I feel too. It's like I got a good education like Stanley Kubrick, but I don't value it because I did not use it for my life's passion. Now, my mother has some resentment over this. She has some resentment about how I broke into my high school and got expelled. She has some resentment about how I didn't finish in the Waldorf school through all the way through high school and get a Waldorf degree. She has some resentment that I went to CCD as opposed to what's it called? St. Thomas and all this. And I don't know. I don't think any of that stuff was going to be good for my career. And I did pursue the music. I thought the music might be part of my career, which we're starting to see that it might be. You know, it might be. But I don't know what all that I think the math helped me, and honestly I wish I worked harder on math now, because I wish I could calculate 318,900 times 9, and I know there's 2.7 billion or whatever, or sorry, a million, but I know that my brain can't do it instantly, and I know that some of my friends can do stuff like that. And I'm not on the genius level, but I roll with a lot of geniuses. I have the same sort of mind, and I tend to gravitate to high intellectual stuff. But I also fry my brain on drugs. I was a musician for 8 years, and I was a lead singer in a band, and I did live out a crazy sexual revolution and poverty on the streets, and I was homeless on the streets with several different drug addictions and all this. And those aren't things that I don't think any of my friends can say, except for a couple. My friend Robin's like that, and while we can't speak anymore because of our differences, my friend Robin was like that, and I have a lot of respect for my friend Robin. I say that for my best friends who might be in the channel and stuff, because they'll be like, Robin's a good example. Robin was a good example, and so was my best friends. All of my best friends, except for my dead friend Jan, were all gonzo crazy people that are on the same level as I. And I don't know what to do about that. I don't have, I fried my brain on drugs. They didn't, or well, they did, but they didn't fry their brain on meth. I fried my brain on meth. So now I have to look back and think of it all in sorrow, I guess, or whatever it is they want me to feel about it. But mainly I just think that I was a member of 2 different cults. And the childhood people that I grew up with up until the 6th grade, they aren't in my life anymore because we couldn't afford to be in the cult anymore. All my friends from the age 8th grade until the 12th grade, like they were Waldorf kids. Way later too, until the 15th or 16th grade, they were all Waldorf kids for about 9 to 16 is what, like that's like 7. Yeah, for about 7 years I have very strong Waldorf connections, and then my cult status fell apart because I was doing drugs, and neither cult ever spoke to me ever again. And now I don't have any Moravian friends like I was supposed to, and I don't have any Waldorf friends like I was supposed to. And the only people that I kept in my life were drug addict friends that were on the streets or were just like members of like my inner circle, and my inner circle is half Waldorf, half not. Like my one of my best friends, Jed Gallagher, he went to Denver School of the Arts, so he's not Waldorf, and we tend to get along. Actually, it's kind of crazy. We get along still because he wasn't a member of the cult. But when I talk to my best friend, Sen Quick, he knows that I've been disgraced with the Waldorf community, and this jades how he views me. And he's not a jaded member of the Waldorf community, and has many Waldorf friends who are in his life. They don't benefit his life. That's all due to his church and his job. But his sister is a Waldorf kid. All their friends are Waldorf kids. All my best friends are Waldorf kids. They don't really like me because I'm excommunicated in that community because I broke into the high school. And that was like a cult kicked me out. Which is why I like coffee and cults so much. Now, was it as bad as what people like Mormons face or Scientologists? No. Waldorf never crossed me. I crossed Waldorf. They never did anything to me. They didn't indoctrinate me. They didn't make me think something that I don't want to think. They never brainwashed me or anything like that. Is Waldorf a bad community? No. Honestly, I'll say right now. But they were like a cult in the respect that if you build a community in that circle And what we did see things like they didn't like, okay, one of the things Waldorf doesn't like that I fundamentally could not agree with is they just do not believe in television or video games. And I was like, well, I'm sorry, I'm a gamer for life. I'm sorry, maybe this isn't the school or the tradition for me. And I said that in my sophomore year. I found out the hard way. I brought down a television and I started playing GoldenEye on the television for like while I was waiting to do some stuff with a play. And they told me I had to take the television and the N64, or not the television, but I had to put the television away and put the N64 away because technology was actually really frowned upon by the teachers. And I was like, but video games are my favorite thing of all time. And they were like, well, that sucks because that's sort of against the Steiner beliefs. And I was like, well, that sucks for you. I guess I'm not a Waldorf kid then. And I knew that by sophomore year. That's an example of how the cult excommunicated me because my life's passion, video games, is something they don't believe in. And while I don't like talking about it so darkly, and because they weren't a dark influence in my life at no point, although I will say, one of my teachers was a rapist. One of my teachers, you understand, I was in contact with him. One of my teachers was a rapist, and my friend T put him in jail for a long time. And one of the Shiny Mountain teachers for Waldorf was a rapist, and he raped my best friend when I was growing up. Like he raped her before I ever met her, but when she came to our school, it's because she bombed out of Shiny Mountain because she put one of their teachers in fucking jail, and his name was John Paul. And I loved that girl, and she was my best friend, and I asked her to marry me and stuff. I really loved that girl, but because I bombed out of high school and I disgraced myself and I wasn't part of the Waldorf community anymore, I think she said no. That and the fact that she was just like, I'm just as wild as you, I can't settle down. And I was like, I understand, B, I get it. And but I fell in love with a Waldorf girl that I wanted to marry for the rest of my life. But when I bombed out of Waldorf, that made it much harder for her because all the Waldorf kids kind of viewed me as this danger, like I was a danger to them. And that sucked, And all I did was break into the high school, and honestly, we didn't break into the high school. The lock was so shitty on the high school that we could just pop it with a credit card, That's about the extent. I mean, we did some damage while we were in there, and I paid for the damage, but we weren't particularly nasty that night either. We weren't really that bad. You could call it a high school prank. My best friends were there, and all of them went on to be successful men, So, I don't know, except for me. And so having experienced going to Waldorf because my Moravian life was over, my mother was like, you have to go to another private school. We can see that we brought you up in a private school life and you're used to private schools, and without it, you're like floundering and bombing out and smoking cigarettes and failing the 8th grade. I was like, yep, that's me. And she was like, all right, we're going to put you in Waldorf here in the 9th grade because they're the only school that'll let you continue on to the 9th grade even though you failed the 8th grade. And I was like, okay. And they were like, we can see that you don't belong in public schools, having gone to Moravian. And she was like, honestly, you've tested out of this school. Your credits from Moravian were enough to graduate from this school. But they're like, but they want you to do the work. So I did the work. And I graduated high school from a public school, George Washington, but I did the first 3 years in Waldorf. When I lost Waldorf, I lost my life. And a lot of those kids never spoke to me ever again. I was the kid who broke into the high school, I don't blame them. But it was kind of like a cult. And they didn't want us listening to music. They didn't want us watching television. They didn't want us watching movies. They were kind of Luddites in that respect. They really did not want us playing games or watching television. And that was a fundamental, me, that's my fucking job. I'm doing it right now in front of you. That's a fundamental disconnect. So we could go and type into YouTube, is Waldorf a cult? And see, I'm going to find other survivors like me. See it? Am I kidding? No, I'm not, right? And I believe that I kind of did.
Very provocatively, especially for some of your readers.
Is Waldorf a cult? And I did survive a cult. Like there's a question mark there, because have they ever drank the Kool-Aid or killed a bunch of people? No, they're just trying to educate kids. But game session error. Okay, did I disconnect? No, you just kicked me out. All right, well, whatever. So
who commented.
I've got to go to family dinner in like 20 minutes here anyway, so I'm not too worried. But yeah, like Waldorf kind of is a trap, the Waldorf trap, the cultish Waldorf trap. And listen to what I had to do. I had to dance around like a little pussy. I don't know how else to say it. It is called Eurythmy, and it's so fucking terrible. I can pull this on YouTube too. They subjected us to this thing. I don't know what else to call it, but it's like public humiliation where they're like, you're a Waldorf kid, so you're going to... Well, it wasn't public humiliation, but it was like if you sucked at Eurythmy, it was like public humiliation. Waldorf Eurythmy. There's some people who are obsessed with it because it's kind of like they taught their kids Tai Chi. That's what Eurythmy is. It's spinning a rod. Before I spoil it, I know what I'm talking about. Eurythmy is spinning a rod with your fingers. I can do it with a pen probably pretty well, except this microphone's kind of blocking me a little bit. But like this is Eurythmy. You take a rod and you spin around in an aerobic dance. And you move your hands in synchronized dancing things with your whole class. And the whole point of it is to try to get your class to be in sync with each other. And if you're not in sync with each other, you fail the class and you have to do it again. And that didn't happen a lot. They didn't fail us a lot. But I mean, that Waldorf Eurythmy is a thing. It exists, and this is what it looks like. I fucking hated it. I viewed it as an exercise in public humiliation. Here's Green Meadow Waldorf School.
So movement is a big part of the curriculum.
It's a good school for kids.
And what I do with Eurythmy...
But, you know, it's a good school for kids. Honestly, the way she dresses is also how all Waldorf schools, all Waldorf teachers dress. It's kind of like Mrs. McGonagall from Harry Potter, right? And they all dress like this, and they all want to be your best friends. But that's the problem with the cult. If you cross these women, I crossed them by breaking into the high school. They couldn't see it from my point of view, which was that our girlfriends had been raped by Waldorf high school teachers that they moved around, you know. And so I knew all these teachers that were like my best friends who look like this and act like this and talk like this, and they're like these matrons in their community and stuff. But if you cross them, they excommunicate you.
Is try to bring...
You can see she's kind of a harsh woman. You can see it. She's a little harsh. She comes from a German tradition.
The children into movement through gesture that has to do with the spoken word.
I view this as public humiliation. I view it as public humiliation because not only is it like, do you show your peers that you're gangly and you're a child and you don't know how to move? Not everybody is, Shirley Temple. Not everybody is Shirley Temple at the age of 7. You can see it right here.
And through
and you can see this boy feels fearful about the fucking, and the girls trying not to laugh. And this little boy is like, I'm going to master it. I'm going to try and beat them at their own game. And he's the only one who even remotely looks graceful at all. This girl kind of looks like she might know.
Music. And
it's an exercise in public humiliation. I hated it.
If we watch children, they're always in movement.
Everybody, I didn't know anybody in the school who liked it. There were 65 kids in my school, and not a single one of them liked it. I think, no, there was one. My friend, oh God, what's her name? I'm actually in love with this girl too. What's her name? She went to, oh God, what's that girl? I can't think of her fucking name. She's a Waldorf girl, so I stopped thinking about her. It's like I'm out of the cult. But she actually graduated from the Boulder School of Dancing. I can't think of what their fucking name is. What's the Boulder Alternatives College? I can't think of the name. But she got a degree in dancing, and she really loved Eurythmy. But there was only one girl in the entire school who didn't view it as terrible public humiliation. We all lived in fucking fear of Eurythmy. We really lived in fear of it. You can see these kids are.
Through activity and touch and taste and all the senses learning to balance. And Eurythmy brings this in a rhythmic manner.
I hated it. For the boys, it was particularly terrible because all the girls are laughing at you as you're like trying to flap your wings like a bird or something, or try to be a fairy. And the girls are laughing at you because it's goddamn 2008 or whatever. No, I'm sorry. It's like 2004. It's like 2004 and the fucking girls are laughing at you because you're like spinning around like a fairy, like a ballerina. I'm sorry, but when you're younger, it's okay. But they made us do it in high school. They shouldn't have made us do this in high school. It was like torture. They a couple of times, no, 4 times each year. At the end of the year, you have to go do this in front of the entire fucking school, which means that not only is all the K through 8 entirely there, as well as the high school. That's 12 times 10 would be 120 people, or I think, or so, just in the school itself. Then there's all the parents, the faculty, and all the other people. So in front of like 500 people, you show 500 people that you can't dance. Now, I can dance, but I can't do eurythmy. I can dance like a motherfucker. I'm a good dancer, but I can't do eurythmy. It's like a public exercise in humiliation.
Transform the earth, then
Rods were a part of it, so you have to spin rods around while you dance, and it was so dumb.
we
It
went
was
to
like, go be a helicopter.
ancient
You could tell the boys hate it. The boys are like, oh my god, this is the worst thing I've ever been through.
Persia.
You can see the boy, he's like a young skater punk. He's like, this is the thing with Waldorf kids. We all ended up being skater punks because we like anarchy. We like the idea of nobody telling us to do eurythmy. But look, this kid, he's like a young skater punk. He probably skateboards all day. He likes to skateboard. You can see it from the way that he dresses. And he hates eurythmy. He hates it with all his heart and soul. You can see it.
And there, agriculture began, and you could see.
And he's
how
like,
the
when will this be over? There's not a smile on his face. He's like, look at the effy ass shit they're making me do.
boys love this sword dance with the scimitars.
Oh my god, it's so dumb. It's like LARP. It's like LARP. And it is like torture. I would say it's fucking public torture. It's public torture. I don't know how else to view it. It's fucking public torture. This is what I did for fucking 3 solid years in high school or whatever. Now, parents are going to be like, oh my god, I wish schools actually made my kids do stuff like this, right? Parents, like my mother, they go nuts. They're like, oh my god, this is the greatest school I've ever seen. It's going to make my kid do things, make him do things. And it does. It makes you do things. And so as a teaching style, Waldorf stands on its own. It does. But beyond that, like, there's things about the Waldorf school that's very cultish. Like, for instance, once you're a Waldorf kid, you only talk to Waldorf kids. If you lose those Waldorf kids like I did, I'm essentially like a Mormon cast out on the fucking streets. This is something my best friend wouldn't like me saying, I guarantee it. He'd be like, Jesus Christ, dude, that's how you actually view it? Yeah, that's how I fucking view it. I feel like I bombed out of Moravian because we couldn't afford it anymore. And then I feel like I bombed out of Waldorf because I couldn't afford it anymore or whatever. And I couldn't afford like being in love with a girl who was raped by a Waldorf teacher, and neither could you. And I would say this right to their fucking faces. And like, yeah, I rebelled against it. Yeah. And when I rebelled against it, I lost my Waldorf community. Imagine going to high school or longer, going all throughout school. Imagine losing everybody you ever made friends with at school. A lot of people that happens to, but for me, it was like you were excommunicated. It was as if you like just can't talk to them anymore. I've heard some terrible stories out of my crew. Like, they came back one year and they were like, oh my god, everybody at the, like, I've heard terrible stories out of my crew where they were like, oh my god, everybody at the high school reunion is asking where you are, dude. Everybody at the high school reunion was like, where are you, dude? Are you dead from junk? Are you dead from meth? That's what they asked me. I got that from all my closest friends. They were like, dude, all the Waldorf kids that I actually managed to keep, they all went to their high school reunion because they're normal people who weren't excommunicated from the fucking Waldorf school. I was excommunicated from the fucking Waldorf school for being a criminal. And I was a criminal. I got excommunicated for it. It's my fault. It's not theirs. It's my fault. I won't say it's theirs. Right? But I was excommunicated, and that shit sucks. That fucking shit sucked. Most of my friends won't ever talk to me ever again. I'm the kid who broke into their high school. And that's like violating their cult. They forced us to play drums. They forced us to learn about Parsifal. They forced the girls to dress up like princesses. They're like, every girl should be a princess, whether or not like, okay, I had a wonderful, I'm not going to dox her, but I'm going to say her initials because I want her to know that I love her, right? Even though I don't know her very well. I have a friend named NB. She was a lesbian golfer, Native American, who forget her middle name, but I know her first and last name. And you would never forget her name because it's a Native American name. And I'm going to say NB, and she was a Denver Waldorf High School girl. And I love that girl because she was the first lesbian I ever knew. And she made it loud and proud, and I really fucking respect her. But Waldorf didn't like it. I know they didn't like it. Waldorf didn't like my friend NB because she was a lesbian. That's an example of the cult. It's an example of the cult, a little bit. Now, all these little girls are lesbians. I swear to God, half of them are lesbian. No, half of them. It's like a quarter. A quarter of these 8 girls are gay. I guarantee it. Let's take a swing. Nope, I'm not going to. It's rude to do it. But a quarter of these little girls are gay. That's just statistically how it works out. It's like 25% or something like that. So you know that 2 of these girls are going to be excommunicated from the Waldorf cult. And that's the thoughts that I think when I look at it. My friends, they don't think that because they stayed in the cults and they were allowed all the benefits of the cults, and they married in the cults or they married near the cults. And all their friends are in the cults, so they have the benefit. But I don't have the benefits anymore, and that angers me. But again, I was a criminal, and I deserve what I got. I don't have any. I don't have any shame. I paid my debt to society. I paid my debt to the school. I paid them $4,000 for the damage that I did, and I said goodbye. And I made my amends, and I walked away from them forever. And they're like, "This is the most tragic thing that's ever happened to this school," and I was like, "No, it's not." Look at how high stress and pressure this is for little girls, and if they fail at it, their friends make fun of them. I mean, their friends aren't like that. I'm saying Waldorf girls aren't like that. They don't make fun of you, but they see that you're struggling, and they're like these high-power girls, and they see that you're struggling. They're like these high-power girls. You can see what's expected of them. I love Waldorf girls because they're fucking really amazing women. But something about Waldorf girls, and I'm going to say this, I hate this saying this about my cult, but I don't know why, but there wasn't an attractive girl in my school. Something about Waldorf. There was one attractive girl, and everybody tried to fuck her. Her name was Liz. And Liz had some problems because of this, being the only attractive girl in the high school. That fucked her up, and we knew it did. Liz is a fucking really, really, really good, deep friend of mine. I'd take a bullet for her, you understand? I love my fucking friend Liz. But Liz was the only attractive girl in the high school, so all of the boys, all 32 of them, they went for her. And it caused a lot of fucking problems, and honestly, it really did. It was just crazy. Like, nobody... Okay, I made a point of falling in love with a sophomore girl, even though I didn't think she was that attractive. I really didn't think she was that attractive. I'll be fair and honest about it. Like, having come from public school, I was like, God damn, there's some beautiful fucking women, but not in my school. And as shitty as that sounds, it is true. And I saw Liz go through some stuff because of that. I watched some other girls, like the girl that I was in love with, B. She was beautiful. There was a couple of other girls who were truly beautiful. My ex, Jay, she was a fucking beautiful fucking Waldorf girl. And every dude in my school wanted her. And they hated me. They hated me when I landed her. When I landed her for a year, they were like, "Oh my God, you're with JK." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm with JK. She's going to Denver School of the Arts." And I didn't even know she was a Waldorf girl. They were like, "You didn't know she was a Waldorf girl?" And I was like, "I didn't know she was a Waldorf girl." When I met her, she was going to Denver School of the Arts. I had no idea she had gone to Waldorf for the first 8 years. And I just fell in love with this girl for some reason. I fell in love with this girl. She took my virginity. She worked at Einstein Bagels, and I went in there with my friends to buy bagels a couple of times, and I saw this beautiful girl in there. And then her best friend ended up being like the girl, like a groupie of our band. She liked our band, and and hung out with us quite a lot. And that's how I met her. But I mean, but then when I found out she was a Waldorf girl, I was like, "Oh, that's why." And it was like, yeah. So then in high school, my ex-girlfriend, she was raised Mormon. And I realize now that my type is cult girls. So now if I wanted to find a wife, I would go and join this anti-Waldorf community saying that, like, is Waldorf a cult kind of thing. Because it's like, you know, and I think there is like they dropped a link here. I need to go look at it. There, Waldorf Saratoga. There's one in Boston. Yeah. Some Waldorf survivors. See, this is the spirit of Waldorf education. And that was the story that I was reading. So we come down all the way to the... I can't spend the time to read this whole article. It's too long. But we'll come all the way down here and we'll see that... So people's issue with them is that they teach they teach the kids to believe in magic, kind of. But I mean, I don't think that's that bad. You know, that's kind of what Christians do. That's not that bad. It's but you know, Parsifal was a really big thing for some reason. There's weird cult stuff that Steiner believed that the kids should be indoctrinated with. Like, he believed that we should know Parsifal. He believed that we should know Goethe. He believed that we should know Oscar Wilde. He believed that we should know the Bhagavad Gita. He really had something to do with the Bhagavad Gita. Eurythmy was something that Hindu people teach, and stuff like a physical discipline, kind of, or a martial arts, kind of like but I mean, eurythmy could be used as a weapon. It's kind of like Tai Chi. If you flow with the dance, and this is why I don't fear any man who tries to assault me, and I never have. And like, for instance, when the man leveled a pistol in my face, I began to eurythmy dance away from him. I didn't put my hands up like somebody. I just began to the only other time I've ever seen it was when Johnny Depp was doing Fear and Loathing, and he slides out. He's sliding away from somebody, you know, like a lizard. And like, yeah, and that's how I feel about eurythmy. It taught me how to. I have like a martial art that I know how to do. This kind of a mix of like Tai Chi and eurythmy, and I feel best when I have a rod in my hand, because I know how to wield that motherfucker, right? So I like, my favorite weapon is a rod because of my cult.
There's something about moving together, and
they forced us to dance with our class. But what that really means is a lot of people are trying not to laugh at you. These girls are younger and more disciplined. They know not to laugh at their friends. But in the high school, when we were learning eurythmy, we couldn't stop laughing at each other. And it was frankly cruel. It was cruel. It was cruel to me. I was cruel to other people. I was like, oh my God, look at that idiot try to dance.
This is in the faculty.
And yeah, like, I mean, and these girls are, you can see the discipline on their faces. There's a look that I don't know what to describe the look, but Waldorf girls have that look on their face where they really mean to do what they're doing. Do you see it? And the eurythmy teaches this to you. The eurythmy teaches you to get what you mean to do done. See that look of determination in their eyes?
Together,
it's hard to describe it, but see that look that they really mean to get through this.
There's a different knowing.
Because if they don't, they descend into laughter, and the laughter is like public embarrassment, and it is a form of torture. It, like, they force you to dance with your friends so that you don't make fun of each other. And so I came up from a community that really doesn't insult each other. But I mean, in the public school and in the real world, I would say the whole world is based on insults
of one another.
But I mean, I come from a culture that does not insult each other ever. Do you understand? Ever. Like, I don't believe I've ever made fun. A couple of times I made fun of my best friend for having his 360 Xbox sign-in name being Yuppie Q. Because there was a time in his life when he was like a Dead Kennedys punker who really hated yuppies. He hated yuppies so much he named himself Yuppie Q, which is the combination of yuppies and the word barbecue. And so he named himself Yuppie Q. That is his name, Yuppie. That's his other name is Sen Quick. That's my best friend, and his name is Yuppie Q. But then he turned into a yuppie. So I that's the only thing that I'll make fun of him about, because I was trained in school not to make fun of people, and I don't like people who sit around and insult each other all day.
And there is...
When you see me insult somebody, it's because they've attacked me, at which point I just let it go. I just clown whoever it is.
You know, after class, there's a
I really disliked how I had to be the teacher's best friend. Like, I disliked it. I actively disliked it. I really did not like being the focus of anybody's attention, because I was like this young criminal type personality. And so I like didn't get along like with them focusing on me as much as they did. When they saw I was fucking up on drugs, they made that my problem. And they were in my life every day questioning me and asking me what I was doing. And I'm sorry, but it was already hard enough as it was. You guys making, and I have a word for this, but I mean, I have a phrase for this called running the gauntlet. We called it running the gauntlet. And my friends loved that I called it that, and that's what they called it too. I call it running the gauntlet, because they would bring like the entire high school staff together in a room, and they would be like, "We witness you are doing drugs. We witness that you're fucking up. We witness that you can't focus. We witness that you're sleeping through class. All of these teachers here have witnessed this. We're here to try to intervene with you and ride your ass and tell you that we don't want you acting like this. We need to know why you're doing this and all this." I'd be like, "I don't know, motherfucker. I don't know. I'm a teenager. You know? Sorry, I'm moody." And they're like, "Okay, well, we're sorry we read you the riot act here with all these people." And it's like, it's okay. Seems pretty normal to face an inquisition with 7 administrators, like some kind of army school, every time that I'm late to class. And that, after a while, I just didn't want in my life anymore. I call it running the gauntlet. And ever since then, I see other people like police officers, security, when they bust me for stealing, or other people, they make you want to run the gauntlet. So they want you to run the gauntlet while they lecture you. And I'm sorry, but I learned in high school that I don't need to take a fucking lecture from another human being ever again, not after being an adult, and not after reaching the age of 18. I didn't take the lecture when they tried to lecture me about breaking into the school. I was like, "You have no idea what's going on." That's what I said to him. I was like, no. When they got down to it, they tried to suss out my reasons and try to figure out why I did it. I was like, no, I have no idea, and neither do you. Something's not too right with the school, and we don't know what it is, so I just acted out. Sorry. And they're like, "Well, we get that. Goodbye." They were like, your friend T, she faced a rape charge. Your best friend, she faced she was raped. She didn't face a rape charge. She was raped. They were raped by Waldorf teachers. And so they didn't know how to verbalize that back then, and I don't know how to do it now. We were being bitter about that. On that wonderful note, Eurythmy. I fucking hate Eurythmy. It's like public humiliation.
You use the word...
Public humiliation is what the running the gauntlet was. It was like getting 7 teachers together who might not even be your main lesson teacher, who are just there to lecture you and show you how concerned they are and that you need to change. And that's good parenting and good teaching, but it's also kind of public humiliation, which is something that I feel that Waldorf did to me quite a lot. Like a cult.
Cult in your title.
I have to pee. I'll be right back.
And I wanted to ask about that. We talk a lot about cults on this podcast. I identify as a cult survivor. I've studied it quite a bit.
Yeah, I think so.
Now, you describe not having done the Waldorf training before your hire, but that there were strong pressures to take it if you were to advance professionally. So this does feel like a slow induction process. And I'm wondering what would happen organizationally and financially to the Waldorf schools if the training was a prerequisite. Would it not work to just be to ask people to go from Teachers College straight into Waldorf training?
I think that these schools would fail. There are not enough. Let me be clear. I think that requiring teacher training before hiring Waldorf teachers would would cause the schools to have absolutely no faculty to fill the ranks. And that was public conversation. Again, as I was discussing with these training programs and talking with my school and with other Waldorf teachers as well, it was common knowledge that Waldorf schools are increasingly being staffed by non-Waldorf trained teachers, and that's a supply and demand.
Yeah, I did see some incompetence in my teachers, I would say. That is something I did see. Yeah, unfortunately. Anyways, guys, it's family dinner time. I've got to go. I'm going to bum out here. Terribly sorry. I'm going to go live. Going live. It's 8:20. I'm going back to it.
Problem that there actually aren't teachers completing those training programs at the rate required. And so that created, at least in the school where I worked, a divide, right? And a cultural kind of tension between those who felt, those Waldorf trained teachers who felt they were carrying the torch and doing the good Lord's work, if you will, and those teachers who had been hired on their merits as, experienced teachers, writers, etc., experts in their field, who were being, this is strong language, but to some degree, I think it is fair to call it, they were being treated as second-class citizens within the faculty culture. And there would be comments about, well, they're not trained, or just wait until you finish your training and then you'll understand, or we can have that conversation after training. This idea that you silly, especially I want to add, there is a kind of anti-intellectual bent to it, especially if the teachers like me had a PhD and no Waldorf training. And so there was this real tension between, actually the master Waldorf teacher who was my mentor, early on said to me, your PhD is worthless. That's not what we're doing here.
That's a powerful statement.
Yeah, it was hurtful. It was very hurtful, but it also allowed me to see the perspective of what was valued at the place of my employment. And that if it wasn't, my education and experience as a teacher, then what the heck was it? And that's, how I really started to understand these other objectives.
And there was no way that you were going to advance, of course, without acquiescing to the spiritual training.
I wouldn't have been department chair. I wouldn't have been a leader of the College of Teachers. The College of Teachers is a kind of self-governing body in many Waldorf schools. And yeah, just looking around at the facts of, who was in charge of those really influential positions, I thought there's nowhere for me to go here. Now that's, at the same time, there were some administrative positions that had recently been filled with non-Waldorf trained folks. But that was nearly a crisis, nearly a community dividing crisis, And so again, I'm going, okay, well, that's not going to be a good place for me either,
There's a theorist called Michael Langone who describes the three key aspects of the cultic organization as deception, dependence, and dread of leaving. And I think that your article hits on 2 out of the 3. So you describe this kind of deceptive induction into anthroposophy as a faculty member, and also the deception of secular progressives who are looking for attuned and outdoorsy and child-centered education. You also describe a faculty that develops a kind of enforced social dependency on the ideology. You've just described, that it would limit you economically if you didn't fully buy in. What about dread of leaving? Was it hard for you to leave? What were the consequences, like beyond the typical career disruption that would come from quitting any job?
I think if I hadn't also been a parent at the school, the decision to leave would have been less complicated. And so I think that that's probably an essential part of sustaining this institution, is bringing teachers and their children together into the organization. Because my fear of leaving was not primarily about not being able to find another job or whatever as you mentioned, other kind of normal professional anxiety. I had a child at the time in first grade who had been at the Waldorf school all through, the 3-year kindergarten and had progressed into the grade school. And therefore had received no formal training in forming letters, reading, except for, of course, what I had provided at home, which was reading every night and, trying to get him to do workbooks for fun and flashcards and that sort of thing. But the fact was that did not substitute for formal education in phonics and literacy and language. And so as a first grader, imagining moving my son imagining moving my first grade son into a traditional learning environment was terrifying. That was dreadful. I thought, what in the world have I done to handicap my son in such a way that he is unable to, seamlessly transition into another educational program without significant support and individualized attention, etc. That was the part that made me dread it. I hoped that I could just keep at it long enough for my son to learn how to read. And if only my son could learn how to read, then I could quit. And that actually was, dread is the accurate word there. It was dreadful. I was scared, anxious, worried, horrified, regretful of the decision I had made.
Did you just erase it? You erased the entire thing.
In hindsight, step back and look at that. I realized
you just erased
how
the entire thing.
Insidious that is.
Oh my god!
Institutionally,
it just erased the entire fucking thing. It erased the entire fucking message that I was typing. Jesus fucking Christ! I can't stand software developers. I'm never gonna comment on a YouTube video ever again on the assumption that they're just gonna erase it when you press enter. Stupid piece of shit, cocksucker software developers.
To set up your elementary school program so that it is prohibitive of children seamlessly transitioning from your school to anywhere else. And that was actually not something that they kept a secret. They actually did say that in admissions meetings and things, that don't worry, your children will catch up by 3rd grade. In 3rd grade, they'll be at the same level as public schools. It was something they weren't ashamed of.
What'd you do? You just ended? Yeah, you did.
The views expressed on this episode, as with all episodes of Sounds Like a Cult, are solely host opinions and quoted allegations. The content here should not be taken as indisputable fact. This podcast is for entertainment purposes only.
Sometimes these ideas would come up that essentially are refuted by modern science. Stuff that's like, well, science has kind of closed the book on this, it's not how it works. And we'd be told like, oh no, this is true. This is what Rudolf Steiner discovered through his own spiritual scientific studies.
This whole thing is reminding me so very much of Scientology.
But anthroposophists are very quick to say it is not a religion, and also...
I don't know why, but all Waldorf girls sound like Valley girls, even the ones you really wouldn't think that they would. But all Waldorf girls sound like Valley girls. Do you hear it? It used to really bother me. I'd be like, Jesus Christ, you sound like Alicia Silverstone in Clueless. Do you hear it? And all Waldorf girls sound like this for some reason.
Anthroposophists are not dogmatic because Rudolf Steiner said that we shouldn't be dogmatic, and therefore we're not dogmatic.
Well, in that case...
This is...
They all sound like Valley girls. Jesus Christ, I feel like I know this girl.
Sounds Like a Cult, a show about the modern day cults we all follow. I'm Amanda Montell, author of the books Cultish and The Age of Magical Overthinking.
And I'm Reese Oliver, Sounds Like a Cult's coordinator. Every week on this show, we discuss a different fanatical fringe group from the cultural zeitgeist, from Amazon to wine bombs, to try and answer the big question.
This group sounds like a cult.
I love this shit.
But is it really?
Sounds like a cult and magical overthinkers.
And if so, which of our three cult categories does it fall into? A living life, a watch your back, or a get the fuck out? Because cults these days don't always look like the Manson-style compounds that you might picture. Cults, or at least culty organizations in 2025 might look like, I don't know, a bougie hippie school that has some fringy little practices and a low-key sinister origin story. Yes, culties. We're finally covering Waldorf schools, okay? On Sounds Like a Cult over the years, we've talked about a lot of different schools. We've talked about Montessori schools, homeschooling. I feel like this really completes that trifecta. There are so many culty corners of education, and here we are at the Waldorf episode at long last.
Yes, we have made it. You have all been frothing at the mouth, chomping at the bit, banging down our doors, and we have said, fine.
Sharpening your pencils. Are they even allowed to have weapons like that?
No. They are prepping their watercolors. Stick around, because we will be interviewing a former Waldorf cult educator. She is this absolutely lovely, adorable, most fantastical woman named Maggie, who was actually kicked out of the cult against her will. Talk about exit costs. Some juicy stuff.
Litter robot by Whisker.
She sounds so much like the girls that I grow up with, because something about Waldorf turns you into a Valley girl. I really don't know why. It doesn't turn you in. There's some of the smartest women I've ever met. But they have airs, because they don't have their own culture. So they all pattern themselves off of like Alicia Silverstone's Clueless.
Is the robot takeover our...
Do you see it? They're all obsessed with media that they saw 20 years ago before they stopped watching television. And I know, because I'm the same way. If you don't know how to look for the signs, you know what I do.
Society wants and needs. It has this self-cleaning technology that cleans after every use. Litter Robot will even send a notification to your phone if you so desire, so that you know exactly when the litter robot needs to be
I'm going to send this to my best friends because I think it's funny. I thought this was quite funny. I'm going to send this to my best friends because they're all Waldorf kids.
A litter robot for almost 2 years. When people come over for the first time, it's the first thing I show them. As a special offer to... Waldorf schools are more than own personal travel guide. I know I have felt very overwhelmed in the past, especially when trying to find a hotel. Magical ability book and get everyone on the same page. Ridiculously perfect for you. Find exactly what you're booking for on booking.com. Booking.com.
She has a book on her shelf that says Cultists.
Yeah. Now, before we set up this topic and get everyone on the same page with regard to why Waldorf schools are more than just a school system, first, Reese, I gotta know, what was your impression of Waldorf schools or Waldorf kids, if you had one, before we started working on this episode?
Bad co-host alert. I had literally never heard of this.
Oh no, I love that. I love when one of us has never even heard of something.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm usually pretty finger on the pulse about things like this.
It's true.
But I've been like, Waldorf school, that sounds intriguing.
I mean, now that I think about it, Waldorf schools are distinctly offline. Like, even in the research process for
yeah. We're distinctly offline. We're Waldorf.
All of the sources that I found were on these like very GeoCities looking blogs from like 2007.
Yeah, I was translating some Goethe from some really outdated MS Paint web pages, and I had a blast doing it, because that's how you know you're in a really good cult, when they don't have someone who's entrenched in the real world enough to be up to current graphic design standards. Like, that's how you know it's good.
So true. Yeah, this is what I have to respect about Waldorf. They're really not instilling the value of Canva and TikTok and their employees or alumni. And so it's actually weirdly hard to learn about Waldorf, which is why we were so blessed to have Maggie willing to spill her guts for the purposes of this show. My only exposure to Waldorf was that there was a kid at my theater camp who went to a Waldorf school, and there was this sort of wealthy but of the earth at the same time glow to this person.
It's giving like enlightenment.
Yeah, it's like being given enlightenment.
Era vibes.
There was something almost elfin about this person. Like, they just seemed like they were from a
Almost elfin. They say
another realm.
A realm that we are diving into today. With over 1,200 institutions worldwide, Waldorf education promises a
1,200.
holistic, arts-infused approach to learning that sounds idyllic. Students knitting scarves in class, skipping screams for eurythmy, and diving into fairy tales before phonics. But beneath the dreamy exterior, there's a mystique and rigidity that has some parents whispering, is this a school or a spiritual movement?
Fairy tales before phonics. I love that. I could always use more fairy tales, but more like alongside phonics. So here's just a little bit of background for those like Reese who think that Waldorf is just a salad. So Waldorf schools were founded in the 1920s, all right? Picture it, a glamorous era. The hemlines are short, the haircuts are even shorter. Alcohol is illegal, and an Austrian philosopher named Rudolf Steiner is rearing to start a cult. Waldorf education is rooted in the teachings of this dude named Rudolf Steiner, whose philosophy blends creative expression, allegedly, delayed academics, and even astrology. He was really hodgepodging all of his favorite pastimes into one. One of the elements that makes Waldorf so culty, in my opinion, is how steadfastly its advocates will defend it, evangelize about it. Waldorf parents are balls to the wall, and these loyalists claim that Waldorf education is superior to all others, that it inspires lifelong learning and nurtures the soul. But for every loyalist, there is a skeptic. They point to its dogmatic methodologies, Waldorf's reluctance to embrace modern technology. I mean, these kids don't even know how to use Canva. And the founder, Steiner's esoteric ideas, they call them red flags. And so that really begs the question, like, is this educational utopia of sorts, full of elfin folktale hearing sweetie pies, a haven for creative minds? Are we being over dramatic and kind of like jumping on a bandwagon that shouldn't exist, calling it a cult? Or is it actually beneath the surface cultivating a kind of groupthink that is increasingly threatening, as there are so many people in our society right now who want to reject wholesale modern technology, modern science, and modern medicine? We're gonna get into this later, but this word that you're going to have to learn over the course of this conversation with Maggie is the word anthroposophy. Anthroposophy is the philosophy that is really at the core of what makes a Waldorf school. And it is this sort of spiritual way of thought developed by Steiner, who, look, I love a $10 word, but Jesus, my guy, anthroposophy, it's like putting lipstick on a pig of a bad idea. Just give it a long ass name. And basically the idea behind this was that anthroposophy was going to bridge the gap between science and spirituality. It aimed to understand the spiritual dimensions of human life, nature, and the universe through conscious inner development for children. Now, if that's not a culty mission statement, I don't know what is.
I don't know that there's much cultier things than wanting to teach children how to understand the spiritual dimensions of their human life before you, like, acclimate them to phonics and, like, counting 1 through 10. So, in order to get a bit of an idea of how this anthroposophy manifests in a Waldorf setting, let's first take a step inside the classroom, shall we? Let's see what our surroundings are in these little elven havens. So, students create their own hand-drawn and written main lesson books instead of using standard textbooks.
I told you,
They
main
also
lesson books.
Participate in eurythmy.
What the fuck? I get a
Eurythmy and main lesson
feeling
books, didn't
in
I
my
tell
body
you?
when I see the way that this word is spelled. It has too many Y's.
It's giving very, like, when you read about the origins of theater and, like, the Bacchae and all of their cultish rituals, like, that's very much what this word phonetically is evoking for me.
Yeah, it feels like the name of like a villainous character in a Shakespeare play. Looks like a great Scrabble word, though, if it's even acknowledged by the Scrabble dictionary.
Yeah, for the kids at home, that's EURYTHMY.
No, I hate
I
her.
spelled it.
Eurythmy. She is a set of activities created by Rudolf Steiner, wherein children use dance-like gestures to express sounds, words, emotions, and it's believed to align body and spirit. Other similar things.
Let's go ask a question of the AI, which is weird, but I'm going to ask the question anyway because it came to my mind, which is there a connection between the dance band, the Eurythmics, and Rudolf Steiner and Waldorf? Is there a connection between the Eurythmics and Waldorf and Steiner? See how they see role in Waldorf. It is taught from kindergarten through 12th grade that eurythmics help children develop coordination, social awareness, and a kinesthetic understanding of academic subjects like geometry and poetry. So yeah, I would say that anthroposophy.
We'll see in Waldorf schools lots of oral storytelling, lots of fairy tales, myths, legends. Who cares about reading and writing? Just delay it. We need to focus on the oral language. We need to paint a little bit. We'll draw.
Honestly, these little weans sound well set up for a career in podcasting.
Honestly, just if you can yap and throw a party, okay? Steiner loves him a party. He loves a good festival, and there are many of them in Waldorf schools. We've got Michaelmas, we've got May Day.
Michaelmas.
But we'll hear a little bit from Maggie how these festivals are getting, I don't know, how should I say it, diluted, I guess. They're trying to hide their cultishness more.
Yeah, all of this sounds really quaint, but what are some other rituals and practices that Waldorf engages in that may look innocent on the outside, but upon closer look aren't so?
Numero uno is absolutely no technology. No screens, no phones, no computers, which I feel like that's not standard in classrooms, but to not even have them be used as an educational tool is pretty rare, especially considering the volume of students that teachers have to teach. And oftentimes I feel like technology serves as an aid to them in that way that Waldorf schools are essentially opting out of, which I find really interesting.
There is a lot of polarization and debate and fear, much of which is super valid, surrounding technological advancement in the classroom right now. Like, I can see a version of myself becoming something akin to radicalized by a Waldorf-esque approach just due to
the fact that we pack our children into fucking...
horrors that I feel in my bones about AI in the classroom, ChatGPT getting in the way of students. And then, of course, there are all the counter arguments about how like technological advancement has always been demonized and how my use of a thesaurus would be blasphemous to someone living 300 years ago when he had to write books without thesauri. There is something particularly foreboding about the unpredictability of digital technology and the fact that Waldorf has a long history of being against that, being in favor of practices like, you know, learning by song, learning by putting on plays, being tied to nature and spirituality, skills like knitting and sewing and woodworking and gardening. It reminds me of why tradwifery is taking off in such a big way right now.
Yeah.
Honestly, like across the political
Tradwifery.
spectrum, because there's just so much fear surrounding digital technology and AI and its potential effects on little kids. So I can see how like two extremes are bad, and Waldorf might be erring on the opposite culty extreme.
So all of this sounds like super cute and fun. As an art school alum, it doesn't sound too dissimilar from my own high school experience, honestly. I feel like my teachers had a lot of classroom decor and practices that kind of align with some of what we've been hearing about. So like, what's exactly the problem?
To your point, the sort of like paper mache your feelings instead of writing a book report vibe doesn't seem all that objectionable or fringy. But what differentiates Waldorf schools maybe from the art school that you attended has so very much to do with Steiner himself and the way that he institutionalized his own biases, prejudices, and woo-woo antics in a way that lives on within Waldorf schools to this day. So one of the many blogs we came across that helped inform us for this episode today was called helpfulprofessor.com. And we learned from helpfulprofessor.com that at least in the UK, Steiner students tend to have very low vaccination rates. And this might be due to the institutionalized Waldorf belief in the quote, natural child having a God-given immune system, and that child illnesses could actually be the result of karma. Talk about a new agey mishmash and bastardization of time-honored Eastern practices. Karma was a notion that Steiner kind of weaponized within Waldorf schools to defend all kinds of culty shenanigans.
Yeah,
and
karma.
Steiner personally was a racist. He pointed out what he believed to be inherent differences among races kind of at every turn. He believed that races inherently belonged to a specific geographical location, and even proposed a racial hierarchy where reincarnation into a higher race reflected good karma. So to make the claim that these origins are not only culty but fascistic is really not an overstatement here.
Not at all. Another cultastic anecdote in a BBC article titled, "Why Are Steiner Schools So Controversial?" discussed an incident at a private UK Waldorf school where, at a diversity training day, 4 white teachers, when asked to check a box giving their ethnicity, checked every box, believing that they had, quote unquote, ascended through all the races. I don't even know where to go from there.
Yeah, so I'm sure that there are plenty of Waldorf parents for whom their local Waldorf school seemed like the best option. And again, their marketing and their optics are so sort of Pleasantvilleized that if you're not on high alert for cultishness, you might not discover this sordid past, but the institution itself does know about it. And apparently the Steiner Waldorf Schools Fellowship, which is this kind of like centralized leadership, was allegedly horrified to learn about this incident of race transcendence, and most schools do actively try to distance themselves from those particular Steiner philosophies. That said, there is just something very scary about the places that this concept of karma could allow certain followers to go. I also found some other message boards and blogs, like this one titled "Why Waldorf Bullies" on the Waldorf Review, that spoke of it's just like very odd overall ethos surrounding karma and how it can actually be pretty detrimental when it comes to discussions of bullying, just because there seems to be this idea within Waldorf schools that students need to work through their karmic experiences, which potentially results in less intervention from educators when bullying occurs. So that's just kind of like a way to frame how a seemingly innocent or positive tenet could actually be used as a weapon against kids.
I don't know. Not having to necessarily interfere in your students' interactions with other students seems very convenient for Waldorf educators, in the same way that Aryan people happening to be the superior race is very convenient for Rudolf Steiner, if you catch my drift. What intrigues me so much about Waldorf schools is the way that these people in power are able to frame these practices that are so clearly for their own benefit as this safe haven for people that are genuinely really worried about the state of the world as it exists today.
Yeah, no, again, culty red flag, taking advantage of people's fears and vulnerabilities. That does seem to be a little bit of what's going on here, or at least what was going on in a big way in Steiner's day. It just doesn't sit right. And I mean, whenever you have Westerners creating a dogmatic ideology and like throwing chatter of karma into the mix, it instantly gives me the heebie-jeebies.
I can't imagine getting bullied by some little snot-nosed kid on the playground and then your teacher's like, karma. Like, I am 6 years old.
Seriously.
Our guest today is a former Waldorf teacher. She has her master's in Waldorf education, and she has definitely received the full indoctrination in her training. After
You hear the Valley
parting
Girl?
ways with the school,
They all
which
sound
in
like
itself is
this.
a juicy story that she will tell you
some reason.
later, she couldn't help but think, did I just escape a cult? We are so excited to share our conversation with Maggie Smith.
If you are listening to and even enjoying this episode of the podcast and want to go deeper, I have a book recommendation for you. This is your host, Amanda, by the way, and the book is called The Age of Magical Overthinking, and I wrote it. I poured my heart into this book, and I really think you might like it. It's about delusion and obsession in the information age, and how the ways in which our minds naturally work are clashing with our current culture. Every chapter explores some confounding irrationality from contemporary society, including extreme cycles of celebrity worship and dethronement, mass embrace of Instagram manifestation gurus during times of crisis, and why our bodies sometimes enter literal fight or flight in response to something as objectively non-threatening as a curt email from a coworker. The book blends social science with pop culture analysis and personal stories, and if you prefer audiobooks, I recorded mine myself, so it's kind of like an extension of the podcast. Again, the book is called The Age of Magical Overthinking, Notes on Modern Irrationality, and it's available wherever books are sold, your local indie bookstore, bookshop.org, Barnes & Noble, or even that one massive online book retailer run by a cult leader. You know the one. So if you enjoy this podcast, I really hope you'll consider checking out the book. I legitimately get so excited to record these Litter Robot by Whisker ads. I swear, Litter Robot by Whisker is the robot takeover our society wants and needs. I am a cat lover. My two cats, Claire and Theodore, they're my world. They're my children. Children of the future. But you know what is in my past? Stinky, difficult to clean litter boxes. Litter Robot is the solution to all your litter box problems. It has the self-cleaning technology that cleans after every use. So your cats will always have a fresh bed of litter to do their business, and also your friends won't think your house smells when they come over. Get a Litter Robot, hang out with your friends more. It's simple mathematics. Litter Robot will even send a notification to your phone if you so desire, so that you know exactly when the Litter Robot needs to be empty. And you also get data and insights into your cat's health. I've had a Litter Robot for almost 2 years. When people come over for the first time, it's the first thing I show them. I spent a lot of time decorating my house. Doesn't matter. All that matters is that they see my Litter Robot. I'm so proud of it. As a special offer to listeners of the show, go to stopscooping.com/SLAC and use promo code SLAC to... to save an additional $50 on any Litter Robot bundle. That's $50 off any Litter Robot bundle at stopscooping.com/SLAC and use promo code SLAC. Stopscooping.com/SLAC, promo code SLAC. Maggie, thank you so much for joining Sounds Like a Cult.
Could you introduce yourself to our listeners and talk a little bit about why you were inspired to talk about Waldorf schooling through the lens of a cult?
So my name is Maggie. I'm a former Waldorf teacher. I have a master's in education with a focus on Waldorf education from unaccredited university that does all sorts of other programs unrelated to Waldorf. I have taught and interned and spent time at several different Waldorf schools around the Northeast. So from about when I started my teacher training and through the time that I was spending in schools, I kept having these experiences that was not 100% what I expected. I wasn't always really able to confront it at the time, and like looking back, there were a lot more things that kind of made me sit up and take notice. I was in my early mid-20s at the time. It's something that, particularly now that I've been out of it for quite some time, has had vibes that can feel pretty culty when you're in it and when you're looking back at it. And I know that there's a lot out there of, you know, people saying like, oh, Waldorf schools are a cult. So I'm very happy to be able to contribute to this conversation and provide my own perspective.
Well, thank you for being here, because it wasn't easy finding someone over the years who would be willing to...
You see how they all sound like Valley girls, and this was something about Waldorf girls that I couldn't understand. They're like assimilators.
To chat about Waldorf schools. I don't know. I think like this is sort of an entertainment podcast and it's fun to make, and so many of the subjects that we cover are fairly lighthearted. Trader Joe's, Dance Moms.
I mean, and then Synanon, so, you know.
And then there's Synanon, right, exactly. So that juxtaposition of light and dark, really grateful for you being willing to take that journey with us.
So I'd like to zoom in a little bit more towards you. Could you tell us your personal journey within Waldorf schools? What drew you to the institution, and how did those culty red flags really first start to unfold for you?
Absolutely. So I was actually a Waldorf student. I attended a Waldorf school in my hometown for grades 7 and 8. And for me, that was a really pivotal time because I'd had kind of a miserable year at the public middle school.
Middle school is a wonderful time to join a cult. Like, what a miserable era for each of us.
And it's interesting because Waldorf school lifers, 7th and 8th grade is when they're starting to get really sick of it and they want to join the real world. But for me, entering at that time, I was just like, this is amazing, this is so magical in that environment. And so went through public high school, college, trying to decide what to do with my life, attended a little after school program for some kids at a local Waldorf school, and I was like, oh, maybe this is something that I could do. Very frequently, a prerequisite for doing a Waldorf teacher training program is something called foundation studies, which is up to like a couple years spent meeting in a group and reading Rudolf Steiner's foundational and philosophic texts, such as Philosophy of Freedom, How to Know Higher Worlds. I didn't feel like spending 2 years doing that, so I kind of fast-tracked it, reading the books with a friend of ours who was herself a former Waldorf teacher.
Okay, so let's talk more about this. One major cult red flag is this idea of false promises, or love bombing, and then kind of bait and switching recruits, right? So on that note, you did mention in your email to us that in teacher training, you thought you would study the spiritual science created by Steiner from this academic perspective to understand the philosophy from which Waldorf education was born, but it was not made clear that you would be studying as if you believed it yourselves and as if it were a philosophy that you as teachers in training ascribed to.
Could you tell us more about how your expectations of Waldorf training differed from reality?
Absolutely. I sort of had an idea in my head going into this training program that we would be approaching it kind of from an academic perspective, you know, not unlike reading the Bible in a humanities class. You're reading it as an academic document. I assumed that we would be reading these to kind of understand the philosophical background of Waldorf education. What I didn't expect and what was actually going on was that we were studying them as anthroposophists. So it felt that there was this implicit expectation that we were reading these spiritual scientific ideas that had been laid out by Rudolf Steiner, and that we believed them in our discussions for them, and that we all understood that if we did the meditative exercises that he described, then, we too would see the truth in what he was describing in how to, attain this higher spiritual scientific knowledge. And as someone who's always been pretty skeptical, that really threw me for a loop, and I really struggled with that in my training program, because sometimes these ideas would come up that essentially are refuted by modern science, and when somebody in the discussion would kind of push back on that idea a little bit, we'd be told like, oh no, this is true. This is what, Rudolf Steiner discovered this knowledge through his own spiritual scientific studies, and so we know that this is true, what he's saying. That was very unexpected and very unsettling to me, and I really felt very out of place just because I knew at my core that I didn't believe this, and I was willing to learn about it and discuss it in order to have a better grasp of Waldorf education, but it never resonated with me as a philosophical path that I wanted to adopt for my own life.
This whole thing is reminding me so very much of Scientology. The fact that it's this 20th century new religious movement that purports to be sort of science flavored.
But it's not a religion. Anthroposophists are very, very quick to say it is not a religion. There's not one spiritual leader. You're not worshiping any kind of god or deity. It's a spiritual scientific philosophy. And also, anthroposophists are not dogmatic because Rudolf Steiner said that we shouldn't be dogmatic, and therefore we're not dogmatic.
Well, in that case.
Yeah, I was just thinking as you were speaking, when you're fresh out of college or a few years out of college and you're trying to figure out what it is that you want to do because there's so much pressure for what you do to be who you are and what you believe in, and Waldorf schools are promising to involve you in this tight community that is uplifting the next generation, that is really, really compelling. And I can imagine that those who were not maybe as interested in reading texts critically, who are maybe even more vulnerable to reading texts cultishly, they would be hella susceptible. But specifically, the flavor here is very much like science meets spirituality in a way that is really giving Scientology, because L. Ron Hubbard loved to appropriate terminology from software engineering and chemistry and linguistics even to make it seem like he was tapped into a wisdom higher than science and higher than plain old religion.
And that's very true of anthroposophy as well, because it incorporates and very openly and kind of by default incorporates a lot of ideas from Buddhism and Eastern religion. There's concepts of reincarnation. Christ and Buddha are both figures within anthroposophy, kind of as teachers without necessarily being religious figures. So there's a lot going on there as well of a similar vein.
Wow. This episode of Sounds Like a Cult is brought to you by Booking.com. Booking.yeah. Culties, let me tell you about my love affair with Booking.com. Whenever I'm searching for a place to stay in the US, every single time I dive into their treasure trove of accommodations options, I just know they're going to have precisely what my selective little heart is looking for. Whether you're feeling a chic hotel or like a cozy vacation rental that feels like a home away from home, Booking.com feels like your own personal travel guide. They really have mastered the art of curating stays that cater to everyone's unique needs and preferences. I know I have felt very overwhelmed in the past, especially when trying to find a hotel. I'm like, am I even grown up enough to know how to do that? Is it the 90s? Do I need to call a travel agent? What's going on? And every single time I've used Booking.com, it really has made that process not only simple and easy, but fun. No matter who you are or what you're seeking, Booking.com really does have this magical ability to find the stay that's ridiculously perfect for you. Find exactly what you're booking for on Booking.com. Booking.yeah. So, to continue talking about Steiner and his wackadoodlery a bit more, could you explain Rudolf Steiner in the context of being a cult leader of sorts, from your point of view, opinion, allegedly, and any specific teachings of his that you felt pressure to incorporate, but ultimately felt like would not be productive or helpful to students' development?
Sure. So there is this detailed set of spiritual spiritual exercises that Steiner laid out that are like various meditations focusing on something in your environment, an example being a pencil, and you just sort of study that object with as much detail as you can as a way to like learn everything about it simply by meditating on it. So that's like the very first one, and there's kind of steps going up from there. I don't remember there being the expectation that we ourselves would do these exercises in my training program. I feel like it was probably implicitly encouraged. I have tried meditating so many times throughout my life. I have tried individual meditation, I've tried group meditation, I've tried guided meditation, I've tried walking meditation.
Oh my God, Maggie. I say this all the time. I'm always just like, once I master meditation, it's over for you bitches. Like, I will
It's
ascend.
impossible.
Right,
That
I've
is
tried,
the
you know,
one
I've tried.
thing.
Impossible.
And so it's like, it's almost like as soon as I knew that there was meditation involved, I was like, well, I will not be doing that. I'm like, sorry, y'all, not for me. So that was right on the outside, something that I honestly didn't feel like was accessible to me, just because it's not a type of consciousness that I've ever been able to attain. When I was teaching, I asked my mentor, who was an older and more experienced teacher, I remember asking kind of like, how do we know that what Steiner was writing was true? And the answer that I got when I asked questions like that was like, oh, well, if you do the spiritual exercises that he laid out, then you'll see the truth. And he got these ideas through doing these meditations and doing this spiritual scientific research.
Thought terminating freaking cliche. For those listening, I just want to clarify, one of the like key aspects of cultish language, a key linguistic cult leader tactic that we talk about on the show a ton and that I write about in my book Cultish, is the thought terminating cliche, which is a stock expression that's easily memorized, easily repeated, and aimed at shutting down independent thinking, questioning, or pushback in a cult. So there you freaking have it.
So where Steiner was coming from is that he started out in the 19th, early 20th century as part of the Theosophical movement, which was kind of an occult sort of movement, but it had to do with a lot of similar ideas that he went on to prescribe in anthroposophy in terms of the spiritual world and I think reincarnation. And this isn't something that I learned until long after I left Waldorf teaching, but yeah, Steiner had this idea that Africans were at the kind of lowest stage of spiritual development. They were kind of stuck in a kind of a spiritual childhood. East Asians and South Asian peoples were kind of a spiritual adolescence, and through reincarnation, an African person could hope to be reincarnated as an Asian person who could hope to be reincarnated as a European person who is finally at that like quote-unquote adult stage of spiritual development. Any Waldorf school that acknowledges that Rudolf Steiner wrote about this and spoke about this will absolutely, completely condemn it, will say that we do not ascribe to this, we don't believe that, Rudolf Steiner was correct in saying this. And it's that kind of situation of picking and choosing which aspects of the philosophy you choose to believe are true and not.
But it's not a religion.
And we're not dogmatic.
Right.
And he eventually left the Theosophical movement. Now, this is something that has a lot of debate in the modern anthroposophical circles and Waldorf schools, but it would appear that part of what caused him to leave the Theosophical movement is that they brought this young man from India and announced him as potentially the new Messiah, and Rudolf Steiner wasn't happy about that. And so Rudolf Steiner decided to go off and form his own philosophical movement to better match his beliefs.
That's always what it is. It's always, this isn't exclusionary enough for me. I need to make my own version of this thing that's worse and more exclusionary. So when you say that these aren't included in the things that you were being expected to teach the children, obviously, what were some of the weird things that you were expected to teach the children? So while that might not have made it in, what did make the cut, so to speak?
So, Waldorf education has a very, very separate and distinct curriculum from anything that you'll see in a modern public school classroom. Another response that one might get when one mentions Waldorf education is like, oh yeah, is that just where they don't teach kids how to read? Which is the surface level understanding. In Waldorf schools, the early childhood classrooms are largely play-based, and in first grade you start teaching the alphabet. There's kind of like curricular themes every year. So in first grade, a lot of the curriculum is taught through fairy tales. Second grade is Aesop's fables and stories of the saints. Third grade is Hebrew stories, which is the Old Testament. Fourth grade is Norse mythology. Fifth grade is Greek mythology. And then going up through middle school, it's like, Age of Discovery, Age of Enlightenment. It's less story-based and more about periods of history like the Middle Ages and Renaissance.
It's weirdly all giving college elective.
Yeah, it's just every humanities elective you could want and no, like, health class or math.
A lot of that really appealed to me. I love fairy tales. I love Norse mythology. You know, taking a step back, because Waldorf schools are not religious schools, and they're very firm about that. We're not religious schools, we don't teach religion, and yet in 3rd grade you're teaching stories from the Old Testament. They'll say that it's not about the religion, it's about kind of the archetype. So if we want to teach about courage, we'll choose a story, for example, about a saint who was particularly courageous. Or if we're trying to teach about bravery, then we'll tell the story of St. George who fought the dragon and saved the city. And so it's not about worshiping the saints. It's about bringing this archetype and this idea to these children so they can sort of bring it into themselves and kind of their soul lives and have it kind of percolate there and bring it forward, as they go into the world as growing beings.
Okay, so overall, I'm just sort of getting a sense that there are some unexplained contradictions and a lot of expectations of just going along with it, not questioning, not pushing for any kind of change, just sort of conforming in a way that might not always be sinister, but at a certain point could be. So let's keep talking about some of these cultier elements at play.
Please. So another huge cult element is the creation of hierarchies and us versus them dynamics. Can you talk a little bit about how those hierarchies and us versus them dynamics show up in Waldorf?
So one thing that I feel like is important to mention is that Waldorf teachers go with the same group of students, 1st grade through 8th grade. So the same
Oh
teacher,
yeah, I hated my teacher.
same group of students all 8 years of elementary
And I
school.
love her too, but I hated my teacher. I had her for 3 years. That was enough. Okay, yeah, we'll probably go,
School and middle school. And the idea behind this is that you get a really, really close relationship with your students, with their families. You get to know the kid really well. And so when a teacher joins a Waldorf school as a 1st grade teacher, the expectation is that you're going to be with this group of kids for the next 8 years. And then also there is very much this kind of implicit expectation of conformity. And when I was doing these lessons with the children, part of what it would involve would be we would all draw a picture together and they would basically copy the drawing that I was doing with them into their own main lesson books. So there's this expectation that they all have to do it the way that I'm telling them, in the same way with the same colors. I think the intention behind that is because when Rudolf Steiner was devising Waldorf education in 1919, 1920, it was still at a time when that expectation of conformity was sort of a given. In a lot of ways, I could see that was very stifling for them, not just because that they were spoiled and entitled and they wanted to do whatever they want, but because they are children of the 21st century, it was so... I don't think it's necessarily a fair expectation to put on modern children. Of course, it's important to know how to listen, and it's important to be able to follow direction, but I didn't feel like I had the room to give them the freedom to express themselves in their own little unique ways sometimes.
Whoa. So in learning about the super strong student-teacher connections in Waldorf, that's something that really interests me, especially how you said one teacher following a group of students from K through 8, was it that you said, essentially?
1st grade through 8, so early childhood.
Yeah, one person delivering all of that information about every subject for that long of an amount of time does not leave a lot of room for any kinds of checks and balances, and I imagine would also feel like a lot of pressure as that teacher.
Yeah, it's an interesting difference in power distribution to ponder because, I feel like as a kid, I had some teachers that, I couldn't give a fuck about, didn't click with them, whatever. But there were some teachers who I would have joined a cult for. Namely, my 2nd grade teacher, Ms. Schultz. So, I can easily see how if this kind of metaphysical dogma, that's not a dogma, but it is moving through the guru teacher that you worship like the Holy Spirit, that could start to generate a kind of culty power dynamic over the course of those 8 years that might not exist in another school setting. And there are benefits to that type of relationship, but there could also be drawbacks. And I'm wondering, Speaking of the conformity and bringing that aspect into the conversation of power dynamics, did you ever witness any instances of students or parents being silenced or even ostracized for questioning certain of Waldorf's methods or philosophy?
I don't feel that I personally witnessed that from parents or students. I think that these days in particular, most parents are sending their kids to Waldorf schools, honestly, without really an understanding of anthroposophy. They see the pretty colors on the walls and they see the art that is generated and they see the like handworking, woodworking classes and an emphasis on like recess and like imaginative play, and that's what draws them in. And I would say that schools can honestly be a little cagey about anthroposophy towards parents. So I don't really think that parents are necessarily questioning in that way, because I would say a lot of them probably don't really know what there is to question.
That's so sinister.
That's very interesting. And before we finish our conversation today, I do definitely want to touch on how Waldorf has been able to master such incredible PR, because like, until I started making this podcast, when I heard the phrase Waldorf school, I thought of this utopia, you know? Like I thought of this place where children are free and learning through existing. But what I'm learning is that their parents don't even really know what they're signing their kids up for a lot of the time. So speaking of that juxtaposition of utopia with like control behind the scenes, obviously cults are known to be very controlling in terms of members' clothing, living arrangements, and other conformist rules and rituals. We've read that Waldorf schools have lots and lots of sensory guidelines concerning the surroundings of the students, soft lighting, artwork, a lack of angles. Could you talk about how controlled you felt as a Waldorf teacher, just in terms of what your space looked and felt like? Because I imagine it's like a little commune of sorts in there.
Right, yeah, so each classroom is color-coded. There's like specific colors that are assigned to each grade, and it's some idea about like which color is going to be most nourishing to the children at that developmental stage. There's not supposed to be right angles in a Waldorf school, so a passageway in a hallway might have a few 40-degree angles rather than being a 90-degree angle. There's a lot of like natural wood and like flowy silk curtains, and it's not like explicitly expressed, but there's a specific mental image of like what a Waldorf teacher looks like and how they dress. So lots of like kind of natural colors and skirts and natural fibers. The dress code for students tends to be like a little bit
Please let me cast! Please let me cast! Ugh.
stricter than you might expect. Like, you know, obviously like no logos, no like TV movie characters. Waldorf schools are very, very firm on discouraging popular media like movies and TV shows. They want children to be able to like come up with play out of their own imagination rather than imitating a story that they saw in a movie. And so I would have a child come in with like a picture of a tree on their t-shirt, and I'd have to be like, I'm sorry, that like that's against the dress code.
Oh my God, Maggie, this is unearthing a repressed memory. I'm now remembering that that in my theater camp, where kids were discussing pop culture and wearing trees on their shirts, there was one kid who didn't know jack shit about like TV and movies. And you would think like this kid grew up in a cult, but everybody excused him because he went to a fucking Waldorf school. It was like, why doesn't Brian know about American Idol? And it's like, oh, he went to a Waldorf school. And everyone was like, oh, okay. And it was like totally excused. It was like, oh, he came from this like magical elf land where like they don't know about celebrities.
I have a follow-up question about the no logos or characters. From my very limited research on Steiner and his teaching so far, my understanding is that in part this idea of children creating and essentially finding their own play internally is somehow related to them being clairvoyant. Is that not the idea?
Yeah, there are ideas about clairvoyance in anthroposophy, and I think that there are ideas about children being a little bit closer to the spiritual world because of just them being younger and, you know, closer to having been born, and they don't have all the, like, shit that grown-ups have going on in their heads. That wasn't necessarily something that, as a teacher, we really concerned ourselves with, but it wouldn't surprise me if that was specifically something that Steiner had in mind.
Yeah, I just find it really interesting that all of these things that are seemingly innocuous and that we're like, you know, maybe we shouldn't be wearing so many like TV figures and things like that, and it sounds really wholesome, and then you start to think about it and it's like, what's the logic there? Why actually would that be required of students?
Right. I think that the way it's justified these days is just not having a lot of screen time and allowing children to really kind of live in their own imagination as opposed to being influenced by some other ideas.
It's interesting because when I think of, you know, having my own kid one day and there being so much cultural pressure to just like stick them in front of an iPad and have their entire brain and personality be dictated by Cocomelon and whatever's on Disney Channel, like that's horrifying to me. But I can imagine just in the way that cults, as we traditionally think of them, are a reaction to some kind of legitimate horror in mainstream society, whether it's widespread poverty or war or racial injustice. Waldorf schools could continue to thrive more than ever in a way as a reaction to our ever digitizing society. But I want to continue with your story, Maggie. When did you realize, like, oh shit, I am now certain that this method of schooling might not actually be providing an adequately well-rounded worldview for these kids? When did you notice that the information control, so to speak, might be too cultish for comfort, let's say?
So, one of the things that I remember struggling with as a teacher, and I think this can come with there being a disconnect between kind of the teacher training program versus what the schools are actually doing, the kind of emphasis on like not pushing reading too early on these kids, and the kind of the idea that like you're teaching them the alphabet, you're planting the seeds, and they will like grow into it on their own time. And generally by like, you know, third grade, the kids should be reading okay. And then, you know, you get to a school, and the school that I was teaching at was in an area that had quite a few really well-regarded and academically rigorous private schools, and they want to remain competitive. So we get like halfway through second grade and they're like, hey, your kids aren't reading yet, that's a problem. I'm looking at my class and thinking they're doing fine. I'm doing what I was taught to do with them. And then the actual school that I'm teaching is coming in and saying that it's not okay, which is tricky because then I wasn't prepared for that in my training, so then you don't necessarily know where to go from there. The one thing that I'll say that isn't necessarily part of my personal experience, but just sort of in terms of Waldorf schools as a whole, is that because the curriculum is so different from what you find in public schools, the concern is that if the child then leaves the Waldorf school and goes into a public school, are they then going to be caught up with their peers? And there have been some studies done, like, you know, Waldorf students by the time they're in 8th grade have shown to be like at a level or even a little bit beyond where their peers in the public school are, whereas it's trickier for lower grades. If a child is in a Waldorf school for like 1st or 2nd grade and they go into 3rd grade at a public school, the teacher's going to be like, why does this kid know how to read at a 3rd grade level? And these are discussions, I feel like, that are happening in Waldorf schools because they want to be seen as academically rigorous and they want their students to measure up to their peers in other schools. That discussion was unresolved when I left.
So you touched briefly on this conversation kind of really kicking in around the time that you decided to make your exit from Waldorf. We would like to know a little bit more about what your deconstruction looks like.
So I did not decide to leave. I was fired. And I think that people who may be listening to this who are in the Waldorf world, who heard me say that I was with my students through 2nd grade, probably already knew that. That raised a flag for them, because that's not uncommon. Waldorf is a very fast-growing education movement, particularly in these times, like you were saying, with technology and some ways becoming really toxic, people wanting to get away from that. And also, Waldorf education is hemorrhaging teachers. My teacher training program, within a couple years of our graduation, I would say fewer than half were still teaching. I was a new teacher who was kind of struggling. I had a lot of high need students in the class, and the school decided not to continue with me. And the day that I found out anyone had any concerns,
The views expressed on this episode, as with all episodes of Sounds Like a Cult, are solely host opinions and quoted allegations. The content here should not be taken as indisputable fact. This podcast is for entertainment purposes only.
sometimes these ideas would come up that essentially are refuted by modern science. Stuff that it's like, well, science has kind of closed the book on this, it's not how it works. And we'd be told, like, oh, no, this is true. This is what Rudolf Steiner discovered through his own spiritual scientific studies.
This whole thing is reminding me so very much of Scientology.
But anthroposophists are very, very quick to say it is not a religion. And also, anthroposophists are not dogmatic because Rudolf Steiner said that we shouldn't be dogmatic, and therefore we're not dogmatic.
Well, in that case...
This is Sounds Like a Cult, a show about the modern-day cults we all follow. I'm Amanda Montell, author of the books Cultish and The Age of Magical Overthinking.
And I'm Reese Oliver, Sounds Like a Cult coordinator. Every week on this show, we discuss a different fanatical fringe group from the cultural zeitgeist, from Amazon to wine moms, to try and answer the big question.
This group sounds like a cult, but is it really? And if so, which of our three cult categories does it fall into? A live your life, a watch your back, or a get the fuck out? Because cults these days don't always look like the Manson-style compounds that you might picture. Cults, or at least culty organizations in 2025 might look like, I don't know, a bougie hippie school that has some fringy little practices and a low-key sinister origin story. Yes, culties. We're finally covering Waldorf schools, okay? On Sounds Like a Cult over the years, we've talked about a lot of different...
God damn it, you started it over, you fucking stupid piece of shit cocksucker developer. The fuck's your problem? Come on, I'm just cheering somebody. Oh no, I have to go heal. Okay, I'm gonna play some cyberpunk music. Okay, yeah, I'll play. I'm gonna play some cyberpunk music. Sorry. I bumped my mic. There we go. Oh no.
What? What?
And I lost. What can you say? Melty. Hi, kitty. You want to sit on my lap? You can. Okay, sit on my lap, kitty. Good, kitty. Hi, kitty. I love you. I'm sorry. Was busy there for a little time. Let's put the cat on the camera, huh? Can I get a cat? Can I get a cat on the camera? Yeah. for a few minutes. I'm going to put my cat on camera. Okay, let's cuddle the kitty. Okay, there's the cue, but let's cuddle the kitty just a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit. Just cuddle the kitty just a little bit. Oh. Can you win an Overwatch match with a cat on your lap? I love my kitty. I love her. I love this kitty. I love you with all my heart and soul. Like the people that are in my channel right now, I love you with all my heart and soul. You see it? Kitty! Just come back, Kitty. You're good. Oh my god. You're good. My kitty fell off my lap. Oh god. My kitty's on my lap and I love her. Isn't this life we felt pretty good, kitty? It is. Like you and I, kitty, we have a beautiful palace all to ourselves. I will not complain. Go play some Fortnite. Okay, let's go. What? What? Oh yeah! Go several more ribs. Lap, kitty, lap.
talked about Montessori.
You full froze? You full froze or something. Wow. Did you crash? Yeah, what the fuck happened to you? Wow, you crashed everything, huh? Hey, that seems to be these piece of shit developers. That's who they are, I guess. Hey, piece of shit developers gonna suck dick. That's who they are. They have to show you that they stole your money. What can I do? I can't do anything. Just go back. Fire it all up. Sorry, guys. I was on GeForce Now, and whatever it was decided I couldn't go forward because piece of shit software developer sucks that fucking big dick. Piece of shit cocksucker developer sucks that big dick. Sorry. All right, guys. I gotta get up. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Yeah. Gotta get up, kitty. Can't get off this shitty game and got toxic. Bye. What happened to this? This entirely froze. Are you fucking serious? Like, just get rid of it then. There we go. Stupid piece of shit. Stop.
When you're in the military, you know, what happens is you have the camaraderie, the friendship, all the good things that you have in the military. And then when you come out, you kind of have society that's undisciplined, incapable, and just downright ugly.
Good evening, I'm Jamie Yukas. A massive police presence in Portland, Oregon today in anticipation of a violent confrontation.
I'm a Proud Boy. I'm a president of the Hellgate.
Get gone.
The views expressed on this episode.
Oh, great. And I asked, why is this the first time I'm hearing about it? Why didn't you sit me down and tell me? And I was told, well, it needed to arise out of you, Maggie.
That's bonkers and bananas.
You didn't discern it in the watercolors fast enough for them, I guess. That's
Right. And, you know, I've heard of so many people who've been teaching in water schools and have had something similar happen to them. It's a very strange kind of contradiction to see how this education movement is, you know, only growing. They celebrated their 100th year anniversary in 2020, and at the same time, like, Waldorf schools are closing. The school that I attended as a child closed a few years ago.
Yeah, the school that I'm attending, both schools that I attended are gone. They're fucking gone. And that's the thing, it's like Waldorf schools shrink. They like disappear. They're okay, but
Wow. So this just sounds like a hot mess. You were supposed to ask angels for help and then were fucking broken up with out of nowhere. Hate that for you. I want to keep talking about horror stories a wee bit. This is a Sounds Like a Cult episode after all, so we'd love some tea. What would you say are some other examples of like freaky, culty shenanigans that Waldorf wreaked on teachers, students, either that you bore witness to personally or that you've like heard about through the Whisper Network?
Absolutely. So I've definitely been thinking about this a lot over the past few weeks since you guys reached out to me. And back from the teacher training up through being a member of the faculty, I know that basically if you had, say, like a Southern accent or like a Brooklyn accent, you were kind of implicitly encouraged to like drop your accent so that you would be speaking like in a more proper way and pronouncing things. But several of our instructors were European. There was also a young woman in my cohort whose first language was not English. So like those accents were okay, apparently, because they're from a different country. They can't help having an accent. But if you grew up in Georgia or in Louisiana, well, you need to get rid of that accent. Another kind of particularly culty aspect, the festival life of a Waldorf school is like a major aspect of the school calendar. So a lot of the festivals are around saints' days. They're not religious festivals. We're not worshiping a saint. And a lot of schools are kind of changing their terminology. So instead of calling it Michaelmas, they're calling it Harvest Festival. Instead of calling the Feast of St. Martin in November Martinmas, they're calling it Lantern Walk. The Advent spiral in December becomes the Spiral of Light. And so again, they'll say that this is about the archetype we're trying to impart to these children. So, you know, Michaelmas will kind of enact this kind of pageant where the dragon is attacking the village and the sixth graders come forward as the brave knights to battle the dragon and save the day. And then there's like feats of strength, so you'll have tug of war and like archery contests and things. Martinmas, the Lantern Walk, is about St. Martin, and he's famously the saint who cut his cloak in half for a beggar outside the gates of the city, and then he had a dream where Christ came to him and said, I was that beggar and you gave me your cloak and therefore you're blessed. And so that is about kindness to others and bringing light in the darkness. And there's a lantern walk where students make our own little paper lanterns in class, and then we'll meet after dark and we'll do a little walk like through the woods or around the campus with our lanterns. And it's honestly really beautiful. There's like singing songs and like, you know, togetherness, and it's like we all have just one little light, but all together it's one big light.
It's almost like Lord of the Rings core, which I love.
You know, doing the lantern walk with my first graders the day after the 2016 election was actually a quite beautiful and healing thing.
Sure.
I love the festivals. It's one of the things that I loved most about teaching.
Yeah, they're
I honestly
actually
think there's
very
a lot of
good.
aspects about Waldorf education that are like really beautiful, and it's sort of having children enter into this mood that isn't necessarily present and accessible in a modern life, and I kind of think it's important for children to experience that.
Wow, she said it very well. Shows like
about teaching. I honestly think there's a lot of aspects about Waldorf education that are like really beautiful, and it's sort of having children enter into this mood that isn't necessarily present and accessible in a modern life, and I kind of think it's important for children to experience that quiet meditative contemplation. I just think that it can be a little bit tricky when you're a purportedly not Christian school celebrating Advent or celebrating a feast day of a saint.
Yeah, and this is why like this show is always interesting to me week after week after week, because we as human beings have to find our community somewhere. And in 21st century America in particular, there are like increasingly weird and niche and fun and sometimes harmful ways of doing that. And it's not about avoiding them altogether. Like, of course there are beautiful parts of Waldorf. That's what attracted you to it. That's what keeps it growing. That's why it has still this kind of utopian reputation if you were to ask the layperson on the street. And that doesn't mean that it's not culty and doesn't deserve scrutiny. Like, it's both same. It's ha ha and oh no.
Yeah. Could you talk about how Waldorf schools do such a good job at squashing bad PR, or
it's oh no. Well, I want to talk about how I don't think they're bad ever unless you cross them and then they judge you, and when they judge you, you've lost your entire friend base, sociality base, your school, all that stuff.
avoiding change? And do you think that there's any true malintent there?
That's such an interesting question. I don't think that there's malintent. I think that true diehards in Waldorf schools really do believe in the philosophy behind it and are very committed to it, and as such are reluctant to change because they feel every aspect of it is so important. They don't really publicize where it comes from. You know, they don't go into a lot of detail, you know, with family and in their PR of like what anthroposophy is and like who Rudolf Steiner was and what his impulse was behind founding Waldorf schools. And I think that they often have good, tight elevator pitch sort of answers if people ask them. And I think when there is bad PR, it's generally maybe a former family or a former student coming forward with kind of a grievance of having a poor experience. And so that's kind of easily explained away as, oh, well, that was a unique circumstance. You know, I'm sure like there are people in the Waldorf world who are going to hear me talking to you and be like, she was fired. That's why she's talking to them, because she like, you know, had a bad experience. And it's not all like that.
We just want to ask 2 more questions. Something I brought up at the beginning of our conversation. We've been getting requests to cover this topic for years, I think by a lot of those sort of people that you mentioned just now, folks who've had a negative experience, felt sort of at best maybe belittled or condescended to or bait and switched by a Waldorf school, and at worst have felt exploited. But I'm curious, like, there wasn't so much sort of trepidation surrounding Montessori schools or home schools, but there was this trepidation surrounding Waldorf, and I'm wondering why you think that is.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And I think that it can be because people who are in it feel so committed to it and kind of feel defensive of it. I also had some small nerves thinking about doing this conversation, partially because I still know a lot of people who are like more involved in Waldorfy things. And so I think that because within kind of the bubble of your Waldorf school, whether you're a teacher.
Where are you, Stan? I'm in a car, dude. I just ran over Kenny. Kenny's down. Kenny is down. Hold tight, Kenny. I'm coming. Hartman's going after Kenny. Run him over. Hey, fellas. Fellas, I still didn't get an invite. Hartman's over here. He's over here. Fellas. Oh, God. Kenny's gonna de-red. He's left, Tasso. This is so awesome. Fellas? Oh, my God. That was so epic. I can't believe how much we low-key pwned you guys. Your team lost. How was that pwnage? Yeah, I said we low-key pwned you guys. That's the low-key part. We didn't win. We're low-key unbeatable. At 10, and then I was all low-key totally taking Kyle down, and then Kenny low-key took Stan out, and our team beat theirs like low-key 50 times in a row.
What the hell?
Fools! You dare to mock Professor Chaos? You guys never let me play Fortnite with you! Well, that's just because you low-key suck at Fortnite, Butters. Actually, you just suck at Fortnite. It's not even low-key. Silence! You have ignored me for the last time. Now you shall do my bidding. The stick of truth. Butters, where did you get that? Well, I went to Stark's Pond and I swam around looking for it all morning. We threw it in the pond because it's too powerful, Butters. You don't know what that thing is capable of. Oh, yes, I do. With this stick, any wish can become reality. And so now, you guys will play Fortnite with me.
Down the saddle, I'm gonna have myself a time.